Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Chip Curry. I serve as the Senate Chair. We have a public hearing and some work sessions today, so we'll get started and ask members to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Senator. Name's Art Mingo. I represent District 9, Eastern Washington County.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Good afternoon. I'm Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland.
Good morning. I'm Representative John Eder, representing District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hi there, I'm Representative Cassie Julia. I represent House District 65, which is half of Waterville, and my son and his friends are here today, and he said I haven't quite embarrassed him enough, so.
It's a parent's job, is to parents their kids. I'm Mark Walker, District 84, that's Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, parts of Standish.
Just in time, Grayson Luckner, House District 113, part of Portland.
Hi, I'm Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy, and I serve as the ranking member.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I'm the House Chair of the committee.
And again, Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. We are going to open up the work session the public hearing for LD 364. Our schedule today is a public hearing for LD 364. Then we'll go to work sessions afterwards. That's LD 916, LD 2124, and LD 2164. I'll hand the gavel over to my colleague and begin the work session for LD 364.
I open
Thank you.
the public hearing. I open the public hearing for LD 364 and welcome my co-chair to the table to present the bill.
Representative Gear, Chair Gear, members of distinguished members of the Housing and Economic Development Committee. As you know, I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I am presenting. I'm the introducer of this bill. This is a committee bill that we have spent a great amount of time on first through a report, and then through work session to decide to put out to report this bill. I would bring your attention to, you do not have testimony in front of you, and for that I apologize, but it is a bill that we've spent a lot of time on. I'll bring your attention to the salmon colored document in your folder. This is the bill, to remind you, this is the resolve directing the Maine Office of Community Affairs to submit legislation and take other actions to execute the transition of responsibility for regulating manufactured housing communities and the construction and installation of manufactured homes for the Manufactured Housing Board to the Maine Office of Community Affairs. And this is while the budget bill is doing the mechanics of moving we've voted in the budget bill to move the positions and the budget lines over from the Manufactured Housing Board over to the Maine Office of Community Affairs. What we recall that we discovered that there is a host of recodification of two chapters of law that are required in order to move and find inconsistency. So we're charging Maine Office of Community Affairs to work with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis and the revisers of statutes to completely recodify Title 10, Chapter 951 and Chapter 953. And then you could see as we look down the four main points, to further effectuate the transition of responsibilities from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulations, Manufactured Housing Board, and the Maine Office of Community Affairs, to update the law to place the state in a better position and increase supply of manufactured housing, to reduce conflicts and ambiguities in existing law, as we learned at our last work session before when we decided to submit this, Some of these laws haven't been touched since the mid '80s, and so they're rife for inconsistencies and outdated language, and then to correct any errors. The office is to consult with, and we have a list of entities to consult with: the manufactured housing communities, owners and managers of manufactured housing communities, businesses that construct manufactured housing, businesses that install manufactured housing, essentially all the players, municipal officers, current or former members of the Manufactured Housing Board, and the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development itself. I understand from the governor's office that they have some others that they'd like to have included in that, and they'll be recommending that, and I would be in support of those as well. I think I'll leave it at there and answer any questions. This is our bill, so the questions might be best for work session but I'm happy to take any.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions, Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for presenting this. Just one question and concern to think about as we get ready for work session is that while the majority supported that language, it is not necessarily approved, nor has it gone into effect. So I wonder if we should just make this a directive to do the recodification instead of saying words like further effectuate. Because if it doesn't pass and this goes in, then it doesn't matter because we can't further effectuate something that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So just something to consider as we move forward.
I appreciate that, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense to make sure with our analysts that how does it move forward? Should it not go as the majority recommended? Yeah.
Other questions for Senator Curry? Seeing none. Thanks very much. Whoop. Oh, sorry. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. You cited the 4 points there. And maybe you're not the only one to speak to this, I'm sure, but in what sense is there something deficient in existing? We're talking about updating. I'm trying to use the actual language of the outline here. What are the deficiencies in the current position that this is going to remedy? According to point 2 here.
Thank you. As I understand it, so when I met with our analysts, because we were trying to do this in in a previous bill to move over, we're trying to do all of it, and we got to page 42 of the bill analysis. There was both technical issues and substantive issues. Some of the substantive issues were, as I understand it, like there's specifics about tenant landlord law that relate to manufactured housing communities, and that's something that we actually haven't dealt with at all as a committee. And so there's some substantive issues that would require policy decisions and debate, and so some of that is teeing up that for this committee in a report so that we're very clear. They may make recommendations, but to identify where there are substantive policy decisions. And then I think there's just, because it's so old, the nature of the work that the revisor's office has to do to every time a piece of law is dealt with, they have they bring it up to modern conventions of how do we refer to things and how so that it's consistent. So they have to do that as well. And so that's my understanding of is the technical, and then bringing it and making sure that we get rid of ambiguities.
Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Curry. And Ms. Prees, do we have a sign-up list for this? Okay, so we don't have anyone signed up to testify on this bill on the list. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to testify in favor of LD 364? So anyone here to testify against? Anyone neither for nor against? And this is Mr. Hubble. And you're testifying neither for nor against?
In support.
In support, sorry. Oh, sorry, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Chair Gear. I'm Brian Hubble from the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, and I'm here also without written testimony. But I just wanted to convey support of our office, and I believe I speak for the main office of community affairs. We really appreciate the committee taking this approach. I'm confident that in combination with the budget language, this would result in a much better overall product, relieve some anxiety. I had to make sure that we get it all right, give some time to work out the details of the policy, and most importantly, I believe to provide reassurance to the legislature that we'll actually have a substantive policy review of what is really a big project. As Senator Curry mentioned, if it pleases the committee, I would suggest that the three working groups that were sort of underlined the recommendations that brought this forward would be good consultants in that process. The working group to address regulatory barriers, the Housing Production Innovation Working Group, and the Working Group on Affordability and Stability in Residential Housing and Manufactured Housing Communities. I believe also my colleagues at the Department of Economic and Community Development would be willing to be implicated in this as well. And with that, I would just once again say thank you, appreciate this approach. We're committed to working with you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hubble. Are there questions for Mr. Hubble? Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hubble. When you talk about including members from those working groups, are they not already included in the makeup of what's been suggested? And to be clear, you're not meaning the legislators that were on that would turn this into a legislative working group?
Yes, thank you, Representative. Certainly, I believe we would. I just want to point out that the members who were involved in this process already are deeply interested, have some background on it, and I'm quite sure would love to be a resource for that discussion. I mean that only positively, not to suggest that there's any problems with them not being included. Again, we're entering into this. It's a resolve directed to the main office of community affairs, but we're happy to do it and would want to just represent our willingness to do that in sort of the inclusiveness of intention. I believe that this is well outlined, this resolve, and after just contributing that.
Any other questions for Mr. Hubble? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to testify in favor of the bill? Anyone who wishes to testify against the bill? Anyone neither for nor against? Come on up. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Julie Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Manufactured Housing Association of Maine. And I am here today to present testimony neither for nor against LD 364. We appreciate the legislature's continued focus on increasing housing supply and ensuring effective oversight of manufactured housing communities and the construction and installation of manufactured homes. However, the proposed transition of regulatory authority from the Manufactured Housing Board to MOCA raises important structural and governance considerations that merit careful review. Since 1978, the Manufactured Housing Board has provided oversight through a governor-appointed board comprised of individuals with direct technical expertise in manufacturing, installation, inspection, and community operations. Excuse me. The board oversees licensing, inspections, enforcement, and rulemaking, all informed by practical real-world experience in a highly technical field. LD 364 would shift those responsibilities to department staff overseen by a director appointed by the governor, but not subject to legislative confirmation. This represents a significant structural change in the regulation of manufactured housing. Our concern is not about modernization or administrative efficiency. Rather, it is about replacing a durable, industry-informed, publicly appointed board structure with consolidated authority within a single department without legislative confirmation embedded in the oversight framework. Public policy structures should be durable, transparent, and designed to function effectively regardless of who holds office. A confirmed board provides continuity across administrations, shared accountability, and subject matter expertise that strengthens regulatory outcomes. For comparison, when the Division of Building Codes and Standards was transferred to MOCA, the Technical Building Codes and Standards Board was retained to preserve technical oversight. Manufactured housing regulation is similarly technical, involving HUD compliance, federal preemption, installation standards, soil and anchoring requirements, and inspection protocols. We respectfully suggest that comparable consideration be given here. The resolve also directs MOCA to balance and protect the rights and owners and residents to increase housing supply. While those are laudable goals, the language is broad and undefined. Without clear guardrails, future proposals could unintentionally create regulatory uncertainty that discourages investment in manufactured housing communities, the very communities that provide some of Maine's most affordable, unsubsidized housing. Investment certainty is essential if we want to expand supply. As this process moves forward, we respectfully request that any implementing legislation preserve an industry-informed oversight board structure, maintain legislative confirmation within the oversight framework, clearly define the scope of any proposed changes affecting owner and resident rights, ensure meaningful stakeholder consultation is embedded in the legislative process, include MAM as a listed stakeholder, and include current inspectors as listed stakeholders to preserve institutional knowledge. MAM stands ready to work collaboratively with MOCA and this committee to ensure a fair, functional, and forward-looking regulatory framework. And I see my time is up, so I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. With regards to your recommendation that MAM be a listed stakeholder, I'm seeing three categories here: owners and managers, businesses that construct manufactured housing, businesses that install manufactured housing. Do you think that construction of the resolve is not sufficient, or do you explicitly want MAM to be listed as an entity that needs to be consulted?
Thank you so much for the question. We would specifically like MAM to be one of the stakeholders represented because we represent the industry broadly. We represent the bankers that produce financing. We represent all of the installers and the manufacturers and the communities. And ultimately, when there's a question, we have a very broad base of people to be able to ask it to instead of one individual that's representing communities on the stakeholder group, speaking for all communities.
Thank you. Other questions? I have a question, actually. I'm thinking about the association, your association, in the context of other areas where the state regulates an industry. So say contracting. There are, or any other, look at any other sector of our economy or our society, there are often groups that are associations, really trade associations, but they're not necessarily the group that is then part of the government's oversight of that industry. There's a separate process there. So I guess I'm wondering why you and your group feel that this is a different kind of situation where we're looking at both the manufactured housing and then also manufactured communities and saying we need to update how we look at those industries.
Thank you for the question. I'm not quite sure I followed everything, so I'll try to answer and please ask me more if I didn't answer the question you were asking. But ultimately, we are a trade association. And we're representing the interests of everybody who's working in the industry. And we want to see that industry continue. The Manufactured Housing Board that regulates all of our industry members, we feel has been very effective. There are many, many, many of my members who have received fines and, for violations, and appropriately so. And so throughout this process, we've been very confused as to why you would want to eliminate a regulatory board when it really necessitates industry knowledge and expertise. So that's our primary concern is why in the budget, in the supplemental budget, there's language to eliminate this board, and then you're moving staff over to MOCA. It is perplexing to us and concerning to us.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thanks very much for being
Thank you
with
so
us
much.
today. Is there anyone else in the room to testify neither for nor against the bill? Do we have anyone online? One person. So if, Ms. Priest, if you could bring them over, that would be great. I believe one person, Chris, just one. Oh, while we're waiting, if those who have arrived and didn't have the chance to introduce yourself, please do so.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Golick. I represent House District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of 14 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate across parts of Androscoggin, Cumberland, and Oxford counties.
Thank you. And is it Ms. Hinckley? You, the floor is yours. You can go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yes. Hi. Can everyone hear me? Perfect.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Sandra Hinckley. I am the owner of Maple Hill Estates, a manufactured home community in Mechanic Falls. I've owned the community for about a dozen years. Before that, my parents owned it for about 20 years. And I also used to be a retailer. I owned a retail location for a couple decades or more in Lewiston. So I've been in the industry a long time, so is my family. And I'm also a real estate agent. I've read the revised language of this LD 364. There is definitely work to be done. I am neither for nor against this, but I just really want to make sure that the state of Maine does not lose its authorization by HUD as a state administrative agency, which allows Maine to inspect and meet HUD regulations for all HUD housing that is installed in our state. And I know that that is a bullet point on this, so I was very happy to see that. I do feel the need for there to be a few more bullet points or action items included in the resolve. In section 2, the office to consult, a few other people have mentioned this too. I believe that that retailers need to be added there. It just has owners and manufacturers and residents. It does not have retail establishments. So I definitely think that they should be represented and have a voice in this, as well as the Manufactured Housing Association of Maine. For what Julie just testified to, they do represent the entire industry. So I think having their voice in this process is priceless and definitely required. In section 2, on number 5, I think it should also include the state inspectors and not just municipal inspectors, because currently there are state inspectors as well. And depending on what they're doing, new homes and new communities are inspected by both the state and local authorities. The state's responsible for the HUD portion. The local authorities are responsible for local things like septic systems and water systems and electrical. So I want to make sure that both are represented there. And I also would like to add a section that resolves to determine if there will be a board, which I think Julie was just talking about in depth. So I won't go into that in depth, but I think that needs to be outlined as a bullet point so that it doesn't get overseen in the process. That's all. I just wanted to add those suggestions to add to the list. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Hinckley? Seeing none, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
And I believe there's no one else to testify online and no one in the room. I will close the public hearing for LD 364.
Thank you, Chair Gear. We'll now open up the work session for LD 916. We'll take a moment to transition the front desk.
Madam Chair, will you remind me which LD we just
We're
opened?
starting with 916.
Thank you. So it looks like you all have the bill analysis for LD 916. And if you look at the date, we've put this off for a bit. And we also have discussed this bill in the context of the budget. This is a sponsor's amendment to a concept draft bill. It establishes the middle income housing support
If
program.
you can slow up a little bit, we're getting
Oh,
the bill
I'm sorry.
analysis now.
I saw blue paper. I thought that was mine.
That was the agenda, yes.
So this creates the middle income housing support program and fund in Maine State Housing Authority. And it would allow Maine State Housing Authority to make loans or grants to cover capital costs for construction or rehabilitation of dwellings for individuals within certain incomes. The income for rental and homeownership in this bill was income below 150% of the area median income. And as you know, the governor's budget had proposed an initiative of $10 million to create a similar program. Though the governor's budget has a program that has incentives for investment in wood fiber insulation and heat pumps, and also for those using modular building approaches. Let's see, the difference between the governor's budget and this is one is for a one-time funding pilot program. I already mentioned the initiatives under the governor's budget. I did not identify any technical issues. You did have a request at that time, and I don't know, it's been a while since we had this public hearing. I believe you wanted the Manufactured Housing Association of Maine to provide the average income of homeowners in the community. And with respect to the budget initiative, this committee voted 6-3 to move that in. It was a little different. The budget initiative had a few changes to the sponsor's original amendment that I am happy to share with you if you so desire.
Please go ahead.
So the vote into the budget was the difference was in the first section, between the first and the second section of the bill that you have.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Could we get a copy of that? Because the handout was in with the changes, because that handout was in the budget folder and is not in this folder.
That I will not at this moment be able to give you a copy of that document. So the change is that between paragraphs 1 and 2, middle income for renter or owner occupied housing was defined as intended for occupancy by households whose income does not exceed 180% of the area median income. And I just will take a pause and say, if there was a caucus on this bill, I would be able to make copies. Sorry to digress. Then the other change was in subsection 3 of the bill. It stated that the purpose of the program was for rental housing for home ownership for individuals whose income is at or below 150%. And then the last was a new section that created a revolving loan fund and a sliding scale. And that was in response to, I believe, Representative Lookner's comments. And this said, whenever possible, Maine State Housing shall provide financial assistance in the form of short-term loans to establish and maintain the fund as a revolving loan fund. And also the authority shall develop a sliding scale of financial assistance available per dwelling unit based on the intended income level of the occupant of the dwelling unit. And I believe those were the differences between the sponsor's amendment to 916 and what the committee voted 6-3 to move in, to recommend to move into the supplemental budget.
Representative Gear.
as the sponsor of this bill, I would entertain a friendly amendment to move the language that we passed in the budget into this bill.
We don't have a motion before us to amend, but we will get there at some point, I assume. Representative Callamore.
I just feel like we need the language in front of us to officially discuss it. So I'd love if we could take a pause so that we could get that language and then come back and discuss it.
We'll do a short caucus. So. We'll take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I want to check in with our analysts. Did you make copies that others had seen, or were there any copies for the public? This is just for the committee.
Oh, no,
sent.
there's some copies.
There's some
that-
copies up there
yes.
that the public received. Okay. So. Is there a motion? Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass as amended using the sponsor's amendment. However, in number 3, letter B, instead of 150%, I'd like that to be 180. In section 3, 11A, instead of that being 180, I'd like that to be 200. Down at the bottom.
Yep.
Okay. And then I would like to, I'm almost done. And then I would like to include the language that we were discussing about the revolving fund.
Okay.
The
Which
section-
which is that clear about? Is that just link 4?
Yes.
Okay. Revolving fund sliding scale. So, moved and seconded. I'd like to invite Mr. Jorgensen to come up and get a reaction to those changes. And this is a pilot program. Is that workable? from
I
your
think it
perspective?
is. We were, I think going up to defining the category at 200 is fine. We wouldn't have to, this bill does not require us to subsidize at that level, which is also good, I think, from a perspective of trying to, hold on to resources and stretch them. But I think I think we can definitely work with this.
Great. Representative Golick.
I just have a quick question to clarify, because I like everything about this bill, but I'm struggling with the 200. So when I read this, and maybe it's Lynn that can answer this, where it says 30 MRSA, is that already in something that middle income is defined at not to exceed 180%? Or is that just wording for this? Because my concern is I don't want to change what it means to be middle income across the state, if that makes any sense.
Yes, so currently in the chapter, Maine State Housing Authority chapter, middle income is not defined.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you. Will this define it?
Yes,
If we move it to 200%, it will define it as medium.
yes, that will be, if someone said the phrase middle income households and they referred to this, it would be up to 200%, yes.
So it would move it from 180 to 200%.
So no, it's
No,
not
there's
moving
nothing
it
there
because
right
there's
now.
no current
Establishing.
definition. Yeah, it's establishing it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Do you think if we gave you this flexibility to, subsidize up to 180%, that it would make it more feasible that you could, with other programs that Maine Housing has, build mixed income housing and create more units that you otherwise wouldn't be able to lower income thresholds?
Well, I think with the rental component of this, definitely we could do some good stuff with that, with mixing it in with the low income housing tax credit. So I think that's true. I think it's another series of opportunities here, I think. And I think what we would do is, all I was asked by my office was to come here and say, give us enough latitude to design the program to meet what you guys want it to do, but without specifying too much in this, what the design looks like, simply because we have to do some more research, I think, before we can be really clear on what exact levels and things within those, like the sliding scale, where the taper would occur, for example.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is the committee ready for a vote? I'll ask the committee clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Representative Cullimore made the motion. Representative Lookner, the second.
Thank you. Representative Mingo,
Yes.
Representative Mingo voting yes, Representative Mallon,
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes, Representative Golek,
Yes.
Representative Golek voting yes, Representative Youssef,
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes, Senator Bennett,
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore voting yes. Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Walker voting yes. Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. Representative Julia?
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes, and Representative Eater.
Yes.
Representative Eater voting yes. That's unanimous of all those present.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the work session for LD 916 and we'll see that on language review. So we'll now open the work session for LD 2124.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've already had one work session on this bill. So you have my language or my bill analysis already. I'll just kind of summarize. This bill is making changes to the real estate transfer tax. The first thing it does is it changes the percentage split between counties and the state. Currently, it is 90% to the state, 10% to the counties. This would increase the state share to 91.8% and decrease the county share to 8.2%. It also makes changes to how that the state's share is distributed. If the real estate transfer tax were a pie, under the current law, the first slice of the pie for 1 year only of $5,147,141 goes to Maine State Housing for the Housing Opportunity for Maine Fund. So that's just something unusual for last year and this year. Of the remainder of the pie, the second slice goes to Maine State Housing Authority for their obligations relating to bonds. So first slice, one-time slice goes to Maine State Housing for the housing opportunity. Second slice always goes to Maine State Housing for their bonded authority. And then the remainder is split up under the statute, and you have the statute in your packet. There's 18% to DHHS for Housing First. There's 32% for Housing Opportunities. There's 30% for the Housing Production Fund. And then the remaining 20% goes into the general fund. What this bill does is say the first slice, there's a new first slice, and that new first slice of 1% goes to Maine State Housing for the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program in the first year. And then, so in September of this year, the first slice would go to the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program. In August of next year, the first slice of 1.8% would go to the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program. And then all the other slices would be underneath. So that's what the bill proposed.
Questions for the analyst? I'm going to ask Mr. Payne if you're willing to come on up. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm struggling, and we've had some conversations. I'll just do it on mic. I'm struggling with absolutely need to fund the emergency shelters, and the outcome I want on this is that we have funding for the emergency shelters. I also don't want to take it from the counties. While I know this is new money. This would have been new money to the counties. It was money that that has been expected, and in other places of the budget, our counties haven't made them whole over the years. And so if we had a budget that was fully funding the jails as we would, I would be more inclined on this bill. I guess my question I have for you is if, the only place I could see taking it is from the Housing Production Fund, which I also care a lot about. And so if I can't support taking it, pulling it from the portion that was directed to go to the counties, and it's going to go from the Housing Production Fund, is that something? Is that a place that you can support, or what is the reaction from what is your reaction in terms of the use of funds on that?
Thank you, Senator. And just to introduce, I'm Greg Payne from GoPIF. I understand all that. I think, just to give something more than a one-word answer to your question, I guess the struggle here is that I think maybe there's a little buyer's remorse on what we did last year, because when we reformed the real estate transfer tax, it was about housing.
Yep.
The money was for housing. And we didn't at that time say, oh, the 10% share that's going to go to the counties, that's still housing, like the increment that reform generated. We didn't at the time pull it over. Now here we are a year later, and it feels less like that decision can be made without the counties feeling like something's being done to them.
Yeah.
And that's just a reality, perhaps, of where we're at, which is unfortunate. I'll just mention too, the new projections came out last week, and the real estate transfer tax is going to generate $2 million more a year. That means another 200,000 or so a year to the counties that we didn't know about last week. And I do know that, and there's folks here who can speak to it, but the shelters did a little digging, I think, just based on past conversations in the committee about how the shelters get funded, and went to all the ESHAP shelters and asked them, do the counties provide any money to you? And if so, how much? They reached the shelter system to the degree of 84% of the beds responded to that question. And the grand total statewide, in terms of county contribution to the entire statewide shelter system, is $68,000. So I think all that is to say, I feel like if the state is overall saying, we contribute $2.5 million already out of the shelter operating subsidy at the state level, there's an increase to that in the supplemental budget being proposed that the committee here approved that. So that looks like it's going to go to $4 million a year. The Maine State Housing Authority through the Home Fund adds another $3 million a year. So the state's up about $7 million a year. And the counties seem to be at about 68. And I guess I understand totally the point about other things in jails and all this. I guess it does, even though ultimately the answer to your question is yes, I feel like we could reluctantly go along with that. It still feels like there must be a better way to be working together on making sure the shelter system statewide, which every county is contributing to the people who need to go in them, there's probably a better balance than 7 million versus 68,000. And I guess that would be the one thing I would love to see if we can figure out, and at the same time recognize counties have challenges. I get it. But so all that is to say, reluctantly, yes.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. You asked the shelters to inquire about where their funding came from at our request. That was a request during the first work session.
Yeah,
to
I
find
think
out how much counties are currently paying.
people weren't sure about that, so they went and did that. And there's people here who can speak more to it, but that was just that big picture result.
Senator Bennett.
It feels a little strange, frankly, Mr. Payne, to hear you say this about the counties contributing $68,000 to shelter. They're not the ones that are first lines of defense in that. I mean, they're being underfunded already by the state. And you're saying, well, the counties are being underfunded, but they're not doing their share in this other problem that they're not the first line of approach on. And, the state has been woefully inadequate in funding these shelters. And well-funded shelters mean those people get services, they come into safer places. But what is the state contribution? It's like $7 out of $110 a night that it costs. And maybe it's up to 10, I don't know, but it seems like, I just find that whole argument, and maybe it's unfair because you were asked by this committee to find that information out, but to suggest that they're not doing their share when, what I've learned is that, when somebody's incarcerated at a county jail, and let's say those people are on Medicaid, once they go into a county jail, guess who picks up their costs? Not the state, not the feds. Medical care is paid for by county taxpayers, 100%. They get moved off the state system. And it's costing the counties phenomenal amounts of money just to keep giving the medical services that they're required to deliver by state law to the people who are incarcerated at the county jails because of state law. So I think that they are at the very end of the line in terms of their ability to control what they're doing. They're getting pressured because the real line of contribution is from the property taxpayer. And we all know that there's immense pressure on the property taxes, mostly not caused by the counties either. We could argue that maybe the state should be doing more on some of the elements that underlie the property tax. But I just think this was a bollocksed up mess. I mean, frankly, if that policy was, we're a year late on it. And I don't know who did it, but it's part of this dysfunctional budgeting system that we have, that where we're making decisions on the fly and not letting people settle in and be inclusive in our, so I'm where the chairman is. It's like, I definitely want to help I think the state should be doing more, frankly, to help our shelters. And I'm at a point where I would vote for just making sure that additional funding, and we should do as much as we can for shelters, comes out of the general fund. And it comes out of the general funds in this particular way, out of the contribution that would be going to the general fund from the increase in this tax. So that's where I am. What is your reaction to that?
Totally hear you. I will say there's very little of the increment from that increase last year that's going to the general fund. I think there was just enough to not have it be a decrease. That was sort of what was done. I will say just big picture. I think the point I just want to make is if we look at shelters as needing to be funded by both government and the private sector, and we're trying to figure out a way to do that because that system clearly has been underfunded for too long. What I see, like looking at these numbers, is that the county government puts in like 68 grand. The federal government puts in 1.3 million. City governments, if you set aside Portland, which spends a bunch of money, is about 1.5 million. I'm sorry, 150,000. The state is 7 million. And I guess I just like look at all of that, and I totally could see other ways of trying to have the state help more. When I lay that out, 68,000, 150,000, 1.3 million, and then 7 million. I don't jump immediately to the state chair and say that's the woefully underdone part. And I'm totally game for continuing to find more ways for the state to help. I guess I'm just looking at that whole thing and saying, if we want to help on this, it'd be great if we could make that less of a lopsided governmental intervention than it is now.
Representative Golick.
And I just want to talk about the funding. The problem for me, if we just continue to pull from the general fund when money's there, is we're not talking about any permanent type of funding that can come through.
I'm sorry, for
If we just pull it from the general fund, like Spence suggested.
Oh, well, you could, I think what he was referencing was that the general fund gets an ongoing share.
Right. But this, as this would go, the counties have the counties really received this money yet that we implemented from?
I'm sure that because it was passed last year.
They've started to receive it, as I understand it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I just needed a little clarity on that. Just have one more question. When we talk about the amount of money being distributed to, what I don't see in here, maybe it is in this pile. I know I saw it earlier. There was a breakdown of how many of the counties don't even have shelters, but they have a huge amount of homelessness. So other towns and counties are picking up that. So it seems to me that this bill helps equalize some of that. Is that a correct assessment?
I mean, the bill as proposed?
Yeah.
I think that was part of the thinking. Yeah.
So I have a technical question for you. So what I'm trying to do here is or what I think my amendment is going to be is to get the same amount of money towards the emergency shelters and pull it from the Housing Opportunity Program, as painful as that is, because I believe in both of those programs, to 2%, or language wise would reduce the amount that goes to the Housing Opportunities Program by 2%?
That's right. I'm sure with with the statute as it goes now, after the counties keep their share and send the balance to the state, there's sort of a waterfall. And in that waterfall right now, 30% goes to that housing production fund, which is about creating more affordable housing. If you change that, if you change that to 28%, and then added a new element to the waterfall that said shelter operating system or
2%.
shelter operating subsidy, that would be a little over $1 million a year. It would get the shelter system into the real estate transfer tax waterfall in a way that it just doesn't have right now.
So moving 2% from Housing Opportunity
Yeah.
and creating a new line to do the emergency shelter. Okay. And so Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions for you. One is, do you know where the data points came from to say 68,000 annually? Because I'm hearing other numbers from the county contributions. And second question is about the general fund contribution. You said it's a very small amount. It's 20%, whereas the counties are only getting 10. So I'm curious about why that's considered a small, very small amount for the general fund.
Yeah, sorry, I meant of the increment. So last year when we were working on the reform of the real estate transfer tax, the question was, where would the increment go? And part of the thinking was, let's make sure that there's no reduction that goes to the general fund. Like if the general fund was $10 before, we want to make sure it's $10 or $10.50 after. And so that was that when we're talking about the increment, that is how that was done. I guess as to the shelter question, it might be best for folks who are here from the shelter system to speak to it. Like they reached out to all the ESHAP shelters and said, just curious, because I don't think that's a number. I don't think that's a data point that had really been researched well. And so they said, would you tell us? And it was just a voluntary thing. Again, they only reached 84% of the beds, not 100, to come up with the 68, but it was reporting from the shelters themselves.
I see no other question. Sorry, Chair Gear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to put a fine point and make sure I'm understanding something, because having been involved in this for a while, the whole point of the Housing Production Fund and of our shelter system is to provide emergency shelter for people who may otherwise be, say, emerging from being incarcerated or in other settings being vulnerable for some reason to ending up in a place where they're costing money, whether they're in a hospital or a jail or something like that. And so we're I feel like we're moving chairs around the deck of something here, because if the proposal, one proposal is to take 2% of that money away from the Housing Production Fund, that would otherwise go to producing affordable housing in counties all across the state, with the idea that that is then available for people in vulnerable situations to actually have a permanent place to live. And so I just want to make sure that we're being really clear about what we're taking from and what we're moving things to. I
think that's absolutely accurate. And I think in the end, the question here is, with a shelter system that is just always hanging in the balance, and it's sort of like, okay, it's a new year. Are we going to lose 1 or 2 this year because the system is so poorly budgeted? The question becomes, I think at this moment, if that 2% that we were contemplating taking from the Housing Production Fund amounts to, say, 1.1 million or so, I think it is. I think the big question is it better to let it flow to the shelter system to ensure that it can stay whole? Or is it more important that what would otherwise now be 16.5 million, because you've cut $1 million away, be 17.5 million in the Housing Production Fund? And that's the ultimate question is the extra $1 million more important there, or is it more important if we're down to this sort of choosing? And to me, the answer would be that extra $1 million is probably more important to make sure another shelter doesn't close. But again, you're moving chairs around the deck thing is not inappropriate, because that's what we're sort of left with.
Chair Gear.
And just to follow on from this, and if I'm understanding this correctly, based on the 2 million over plan that we collected, is that the correct number?
Oh,
From
yes,
the
that
real estate
shows in the-
transfer tax
yeah.
change. So that's an incremental amount we did not expect at all.
A
based
week
on the
ago, we
projection.
thought it was 2 million less a year, right?
Right, and so that, 10% of that is 200,000. So, and how many months was that? Did that 2 million come in over?
Or it comes, that's over the course of 12 months.
So that was 12 months, over the past 12 months, we've gotten.
I mean,
2
this is a
million.
projection.
This is the
for-
projection.
Yeah.
Okay, this is helping me. Okay, so there's a projection that we will be collecting 2 million more than we expected. So this is there's an additional $200,000 that the counties didn't expect that is going to be going to the counties through that
Yeah.
increase. Okay, and that was not, again, back to your original presentation, that was not part of what was envisioned because as we know, this was conceived of as a way to fund the housing production activities of Maine Housing, correct?
Right.
Thank you. And I don't have any more questions for you, but so discussion, are we ready for discussion?
question.
Go ahead, Senator Bennett.
So how much more money of that is going to the general fund from that overage?
Of the 2 million?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have the waterfall in front of me, like what the 2 million would mean.
20% of the remaining. So 400,000 roughly? I don't know.
Is that probably 400,000?
Yeah. I just, one statement, because I'd like to do it because Mr. Payne's here as a representative of the administration and you referred to making choices. And here we are talking about, a few $100,000 here, $68,000, $1 million here, to fund something which I think is absolutely critical. And I feel abashed personally that we're not doing more as a public office holder in Maine, that we are not doing more for people in shelters. And, we don't know where these people are from. I mean, they're from all over Maine. I mean, there's the people in my district in Oxford County go to Portland for the shelter, they go where there's services and where there's, so this is a statewide impact. But, we're talking about these little bits of money, but the administration that you represent has put forward a proposal to take like $250 million from the rainy day fund to pay for $300 checks on a one-time basis for people. And that $250 million, if you just put a 5% interest rate on it, is a ton of money. That could be, just the interest on it could be going to fund shelters. And so, and we wouldn't lose the principal. So these are the choices that we as a legislature should be dealing with. And so I just respectfully suggest, I know we're one committee out of many, but we got to look at the bigger picture here, and there are different ways of doing this that I think are just a lot smarter. And it is a question of priorities. And I feel really constrained here, which is why I think that my own personal view is, and we're getting into discussion now, so I'll stop, but is to look to the general fund as the place to go.
And if I can just real quick, I do just want to point out too, that in addition, as part of the governor's supplemental budget, it does include a 40% increase to the shelter operating subsidy in an ongoing way. So that is part of it, going from 2.5 to 4. And I will say the support that this committee has shown for the shelter system, and I think the information that's gone back and forth has been really helpful. And I think the fact that I think that may have been a unanimous part of the report back to AFA was the shelter support, and that's really helpful.
Representative Lookner, do you have a question or are you ready for discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just did have a question for Mr. Payne. I don't know if somebody else from like the counties is going to get up here, but how do you think, given that counties are giving 68,000 a year to the shelter system, how can we get them to come to the table? Because as some other people around the horseshoe have mentioned, Portland, we are footing the bill for a lot of the rest of the state. When their neighbors become homeless, they become our neighbors, which I'm glad to welcome them. I'm super glad that we have the homeless shelter in the city of Portland, but it does become really untenable, and people in Portland complain about property taxes, as you know, this whole discussion is revolving around. So how do you think we get counties to come to the table to like discuss what's an equitable share if federal government's contributing to the shelter system, state government's contributing to the shelter system, municipalities, private entities, but why aren't the counties chipping in their fair share? How do you think we get them to come to the table?
Well, I do think that right now there's not conversation happening. And I totally understand, like there are parts of what counties do that is not my bailiwick. And so I think to Senator Curry's point, there's a lot more going on here, but I don't think there's conversation now. I do wonder about whether if the shelter community and Maine Housing, certainly our office would be happy to be part of that too, but with the counties could talk about what's going on. I just don't think there's any forum conversation in which that's happening now. I mean, it could even be as simple as just sharing information such that as the counties each year are considering what opioid settlement dollars they have, like maybe they need it for something else that's already in their radar. But perhaps if there was more conversation and interaction about needs and what's going on in shelters and the degree to which opioid addiction is such an important part of what they're doing, maybe that conversation could lead to some more ongoing collaboration and partnership that just doesn't exist right now. That's yeah.
Questions? Yeah, Representative Cullimore.
So I want to take a huge step back because I'm trying to understand. So this tax that we have, even before it was increased or anything like that. So when we have real estate transfer taxes, the county is required by law to accept all of that money, correct?
Yes.
So then we're telling the county by law, this is how much you're allowed to keep. The rest of it you have to give back to us.
Yes.
So we're forcing them to be the administrator of the tax and then telling them, but you can't keep it to run the jails because it's going to come to this stuff to fund this other stuff that we want to fund, including the general fund. And so, and then we told them last year, you get to keep 10% and build your budgets around that. Whoopsie, we didn't mean that. Give us 1.8% back so that we can fund this other stuff because we feel like you're not funding it enough. Am I understanding what happened with all of this?
I mean, I think generally that's fair. I do think that, you know, the general premise of this thing when the real estate transfer tax was passed was a sense that if it comes to the counties and they have to record it, the state, when creating this tax, said, well, you got to pay people to actually do the work of recording the document. And so they said, so, you know, you keep 10% to cover your costs. Somewhere along the way, that instead became a bigger budget source for counties overall, not just for the cost of, you know, recording a document, but for county jails and other county expenses. And so, you know, when what happened last year, for example, where you increase it on high-end sales, obviously that doesn't create more work. Like the person receiving that deed doesn't have to do more work because that's a $1.5 million sale instead of a $750,000 sale. It's just a different number on that same piece of paper. So the idea was there's no more work being done. We're increasing this fee specifically to help our housing issues. That was the thinking. You're totally right that at the time, this is coming, this piece should have been dealt with last year. And because it wasn't, it's creating, you know, you're right, people budget for it. And now it's changed and everything. And I think that's totally fair that that's part of why this has been harder than it would have been had we not just last year had this conversation all at once.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Senator Bennett.
Could I ask some representative from the counties to come forward to?
Sure. Do you have a particular person in mind?
Yes, please. That would be great. And you can introduce him. That's exactly the point, finance. Thank you. What is your name?
Thank you. My name is Carrie Kipfer. I'm the County Administrator for Lincoln County. Thank you for allowing me
Welcome back.
to speak.
Thank you. May I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you. So we just heard several assertions regarding the county's role and the expectations about this funds and whether or not it's just as easy to record a different number, you know, or to take a transfer that's, you know, record it and all the same amount of work. Could you react to that? And tell us what the perspective is from the county level about the expectation of these funds overall, and then the imposition of this new tax and the use of the fees going forward, and also the actual work that is involved on the recording side.
So I'll try to not overreact. And the recording work, I think the registers could answer a lot better than I could, but I completely understand the funding side of this. Yes, there is more work. You're asking us to collect a new tax. It's a new calculation. Is it overly difficult? Not to the registers, because they do this every day, but it's additional work. It's additional responsibility. It's additional reporting that we have to do to the state. We have to make sure that we're remitting that to the state. And of that $200,000 that the previous speaker referenced, I'd like to point out that that's less than 10% of the total amount that is not expected. So the remainder of that is about $1.8 million that is going to the state. So yes, the counties may be retaining in his figures $200,000, but that doesn't represent the whole picture. There's a lot more money going to the general fund as a result, or excuse me, to the state as a result of this mansion tax. And our projection for the year is an additional $12 million. So of that, 9.2% is staying with the counties and the rest is going to the state. That's in addition to the transfer tax that was already in place at 50-some million dollars a year. So there's a lot of money that hasn't been anticipated in this conversation, but I think that there's plenty of money to fund the shelters. We have no disagreement with the shelters needing funding. Absolutely they do. But if you take it out of the county budgets, we have essentially two revenue streams, either the state or the municipalities. There's no magic county funding other than those two sources.
In your work, do you have any information regarding the amount of money that the counties as a group are providing shelter services?
There's a document that was submitted to the committee that references a lot of the different work that the counties have been doing, whether it was ARPA money or county budgets or opioid money. I can show you what it looks like this.
Okay, I'll look that.
And of general fund money, we've counted up $7.5 million. Now, is that annually? No, that's not. But that's initiatives that counties have taken, whether it's funding homeless shelters or affordable housing projects or recovery centers to keep people out of homeless shelters. This doesn't count county jails at all. This is just the efforts that we've been making to try to make a difference in the housing needs in the state of Maine. That's in addition to the ARPA funding, where that number is almost $21 million that the counties have designated towards these types of initiatives to address housing.
You said that's I'm looking at the sheet now. It's the back page of the March 3rd letter from the County Commissioners Association to this committee, and it on attachment 2, it's listed, and that's 7.584. Is that the number you're talking about?
That's correct.
And you said that's not in 1 year. What period of time does that roughly cover?
It depends on the county. So if you look at Lincoln County, because I'll know that one, the
Sure.
$235,000, that's 1 year.
Okay.
That's community navigation program that we're providing. We try to get people to stay in their homes, whether it's with heating assistance or rental assistance or a variety of other GA type services that they need. It is a direct payment to Tedford Shelter. First time this year that they've asked us for money, and we funded their entire request. And
How
it's,
much was that in Lincoln County?
$12,000-ish dollars.
Okay.
Not a lot, but it's a good first step and it was completely unanimously approved by the folks that made that decision. We're also funding the Elder Care Network in Licking County, and that provides essentially a group home for folks that are not able to care for themselves, but they're not eligible for an assisted living facility or they don't have funding to provide for them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. I know you got a tough job. Do you know the total allocation that counties give to the jails every year? If you add it up statewide, how much counties pay for the jails?
It's about $130 million.
130 million.
annually.
Yeah. And do you know what that figure was, say in 2021?
I would guess that it would be closer to 100 million.
It was,
I don't have that number off the top. of my
in criminal justice, we were having this conversation. I wish I had that packet in front of me because it was really eye-opening. We've seen a 40% increase in jail funding between 2021
Yep.
and 2025.
Yep.
We have not seen a 40% increase in residents in jails. We have not, and I know there are a number of reasons for why that's going up so much, but also over there, certain county commissioners were, very eager to discuss how the county jails are the primary sort of emergency room for the entire state. And
I could talk all day about jails if
yeah,
jail
and
funding.
but wouldn't it just be better to have counties help fund homeless shelters and keep people out of the jails? Like, why can't we, and I guess, I know you just discussed a little bit about what counties are doing over there, but, I just think that there's so much room for like collaboration here, and we don't need to be pitting shelters against jails, although I feel very strongly that if we do fully fund shelters and we do fully fund a lot of housing programs, that we're going to keep people out of jails. And hopefully that will reduce pressure on county budgets. So,
Could I answer that question, that first question you
Sure.
asked me?
Yeah,
Would it
go
be
ahead.
better to keep people out of county jails?
yeah.
Absolutely. I would agree that it would be better to keep them out of homeless shelters as well. And I think counties are really trying to address that with different affordable housing initiatives that we've done. I know that Lincoln County has committed $1.5 million of their ARPA money towards affordable housing initiatives, different.
So like heating assistance?
No, it's building facilities. Representative Gear was at the ribbon cutting that we had in Newcastle. It built 16 affordable housing units. Part of the funding that went to that came from county ARPA dollars. It didn't just come from the state. We're working on a project with Waldeboro. We're working on one with Damerscott. We've got, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bumble this. We've got a handful of different communities in Lincoln County that we're providing earmark money so that they can leverage it into something really viable. They're building units. Down in Booth Bay Harbor, Booth Bay, they've built affordable units that are for sale right now. $299,000 condos for sale right now. And they're earmarked for affordable units.
And what was the county's allocation towards that?
The county allocated $300,000 towards that project to
Uh-huh.
get the water and sewer infrastructure in place so that it could start that and then springboard into 148 new units.
Great. And what's your county?
Representative Luckner,
Just one more question.
we're into a conversation, and so last question, please.
Last question. What was your county's allocation towards homeless shelters?
This year, we were asked for $12,000 and we provided all of it.
12 grand. Okay, thanks.
Representative Julia.
I'm just curious, do you happen to know how many county jail beds there are in the state of Maine? Just curious. Do you have any idea?
Not off the top of my head.
No.
I could get that for you, but
I'd be interested in knowing that. I know we're in work session, so, but is there a way that we can get that information?
You could ask the analyst of criminal justice and public safety.
Okay,
Yeah.
will do. Thank you.
Will too. So thank you so much for being here
You're welcome.
today. I really appreciate one of the things that struck with me when in talking with my county officials and my sheriff was in Waldo County has been in the news for the budget challenges is in the cuts that have been looked at to try to bring this into something that our taxpayers can afford was every program at the jail that or at the sheriff's office that we have fought for to build and create was on the chopping block, and that included medical, that included substance abuse and mental health first responders, that included anything that wasn't essential for life safety, responsible running of the jail was on the chopping block. And and the idea of losing all of those programs was really and interventions and preventions was really really scary. And I get that the as originally designed, the real estate transfer tax was probably not designed to be a revenue source for counties, but it is, and the other revenue sources haven't always held up, especially the jail fund from the state has particularly, when was that 2018 it was set? Is that correct?
Yeah, it was around 2018. It was set at $20.4 million, and that's the same number that it's at today.
Right. So, and that's where the greatest amount of the pressure has been.
Right. And the sad fact is, even if we took people out of county jails and got them into affordable housing or into homeless shelters in a worse scenario, the fact is we still have to have county jails. We can't close the jails. We don't tell the staff all to go home because 14 people left the jail today. We still need to staff it because the municipalities need to have the jails open in case they are arresting people and they need them incarcerated.
Chair Gier.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Chair.
thought we were letting you out, but
Sorry, just one more, and this is, I really appreciate your perspectives. And one of the things I'm always thinking about is when we have regional needs, we should have a regional perspective on how to solve those needs and then regional funding mechanisms. I would just like your opinion as we're coming to some sort of resolution here. The idea of taking money from people who are buying very large and expensive homes in our state, channeling that money into a fund that flows to the county level to address the spectrum of needs that we're talking about here, right? Because we're really talking about sort of the way you just laid it out. It's jails as a, for certain situations, and then affordable housing and shelters as needed. Is that the right way to be thinking about this? And are we partway there, at least with what we've been talking about so far?
Well, I think there needs to be a different revenue stream than property taxes. We're hearing it at the county level, and I don't know what the solution is. I'm not a housing expert, but I know that regionally, we are trying to address that in Lincoln County, not only in the housing area with our regional planning commission, but also with our regional jail. I think that we're a rural community and we can't fund all of this on one revenue stream. We have to find ways to do things more efficiently. We need to be smarter in leveraging extra grant money or extra funding streams that are outside of government altogether. And I think that we're being successful in Lincoln County, and I know that all the other counties are finding ways that they can do that in their own community and in their own ways. It might not be the model that we use, but they're trying. I mean, we've been trying to find funding for county jails for so long that I feel like a broken record every time I talk about it. But we've looked under every chair and under every rock to find additional dollars. We're not trying to do this just because we can. We're doing it because we have to.
And then one more follow on. The thing that I really like about the positive things about the situation that we're dealing with is that we have this network of shelters that have emerged from the really good work of people on the ground, really trying to help their communities and address a need that has, certainly gotten worse in the last number of years, primarily out of COVID. But by the same token, it is a locally managed, it is dispersed, and it is designed by people in the communities to identify and meet the needs in their communities. Is it your again, here, just asking for your opinion, the idea that sort of the county is being a source, not only the only source, but a source for a funding stream that would address that. Do you think that that is appropriate, however we get through the conversation about this particular funding mechanism?
I would ask you back, where are we going to get the money from? So if
Well,
you want
assuming
the-
it's coming from the real
Yeah.
estate transfer tax.
I think that 90% of that is already coming to the state.
I'm sorry,
So-
the increase to the real estate transfer tax that we.
Again, 90% of that increase is already going to the state. There's an additional $12 million that is being generated from this mansion tax. Where's that extra
Understood.
$10 million coming?
And in
going
another
to?
state that isn't Maine, that kind of question would be answered by a county government system that has very specific responsibilities that would be attached to that funding. And what we're dealing with here is we've got a homegrown system for dealing with this issue, and counties that I think are really wrestling to your comments
Yeah.
about what you're trying to deal with. So I guess I'm just trying to, and we're getting into conversation here, but really, I think my goal will be to try to find the right mix of this to address the challenge that you're talking about at the county level, but then to also create an ongoing funding mechanism that will help the shelters. So.
I think the shelters are very worthy of funding. I think that they're doing phenomenal work with very little resources, and a resolution needs to be reached. They need to have the funding because we're all going to suffer without them.
Thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
Does the committee need a caucus beforehand? Yeah. So, and I feel like I need a little bit of time to kind of figure out, I've been clear about my intention towards an amendment. And so I'd like a moment to figure that out. Do you have any technical questions based on what I've been speaking about in terms of the direction I'm going?
If I could just repeat back what I think your proposal was.
Yeah.
So in the current section of the law, which is on page 5 of the orange sheet, which is subsection E2, what you're proposing is, so on page 5, subsection E2, if it's 5. And this is for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and each fiscal year thereafter. What you're proposing is to change the amount in subsection 2C, which is pay 30% into the Housing Production Fund, change that to 28. And then there would be a new subsection, paragraph E, which would be deposit 2% into the Maine State Housing Authority to be allocated as part of Operation Share for the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program. That's my understanding.
So you have what you need if that's what we move
Yes,
forward with.
yes.
Okay. Yep. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. And just to make my position clear, which it sounds like I'm aligned with Senator Bennett, so mark the calendar. I would change the 20% to the general fund to 18% and pull the 2% from there. Is that everything you would need?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you address the fiscal note question? What would the difference in those two fiscal notes do? And I'm just concerned on, my concern would be what, what's going to happen with that. So,
I'm not sure I'm able to answer that question for you.
okay, that's true.
Yeah.
You're not our OFPR.
I am not OFPR, and I'm not going to pretend to be one today.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you. Unfair question. Senator Bennett.
Just on that question, either way, this is got a fiscal note. It's probably going to go to the table. It will go to the Appropriations Committee, and they're going to wave their whatever wand of magic or whatever they do over it. I don't know if we will see a fiscal note on the reports, right? On language review. Is that correct, Lynn?
That's correct.
Yeah. So we can see the impact there. But I think ultimately this is going to be an AFA decision.
Let's take if we try to keep it to 10 minutes, we'll try.
You're talking,
We're
always back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started here. Thank you. So I'm going to offer an amendment, which is what I spoke on Mike earlier, to pass with the changed moving the Housing Opportunity Fund from 28 to 30, or other way, 30 to 28, and creating a shelter fund line for and have the 2% there.
Shelter operating or shelter production?
What was that 30 before?
30 is the housing production fund.
Housing Production Fund. Thank you. Let me put the glasses on. Yep. So do you have what you need for a motion on that?
I do.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting the motion before us because I believe the money should be coming from the general fund. Similar to what Senator Bennett was saying, I believe that, and it's rare for me to say that we should be paying more money. But this is something that is across the state and the state needs to take care of this. Not looking to cut other programs that are supporting housing and production and stuff like that, but pulling it from the general fund because we need to remember that this increase is going to all of those funds, and of the funds that could be cut that are not already directed, I believe the general fund is the one to pull from.
Are you ready with your report?
Yes, it's the one I provided.
Okay, great. Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded the motion, so I will support this motion. I have a lot of heartburn around it, and I'm just going to say into the mic that, look, this funding for the shelters is absolutely needed. It is crucial, and it is a lifeline for so many people, and incidentally helps keep people out of the jails. I firmly believe that. I don't like pulling it from the Housing Production Fund. We don't seem to have a choice in the matter right now. So I'll just say that if we are not building the housing units we need to build, we are going to be behind on so many different fronts, including preventing homelessness. So I'm going to support this report, but I want to make sure it's clear to anyone listening that we need to do what we have to do to support housing production, to work on a crisis that, again, does not respect municipal or county lines.
Is committee ready for a vote? Representative Golick.
I just want to say I will be supporting this too, and I'm not going to repeat everything my colleague next to me just said, but I am in full agreement with him. But I do want to add that on top of this, we historically have underfunded our shelters, and historically, some can argue underfunded our jail systems, but funded them like 2 to 3 times the rate. And we need to have a better system that across the board, from town to town and county to county, on how it's divided up for homelessness, because this is a statewide issue. And the state needs to be involved to get federal money and everything else. But this needs to be funded, so I'm going to support it. But 100% agree that I feel like it's going to hurt the housing production that we need more than it's going to help it.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I too am going to be somewhat reluctantly supporting the amendment. I just think in criminal justice, in my other committee, we are voting, we just voted, majority of the committee voted to give jails $8 million over the biennium to kind of close the gap. Not to say that's going to end up in the budget, but and when jails are sort of operating as our de facto homeless shelters and mental health institutions in the state, and we're not adequately funding those other systems, I thought the original proposal was an equitable way of starting that. And, I also think just, counties should have a lot of roles that they don't currently have. And I sometimes find that our counties are too focused on the jails when, in Cumberland County, we got finally a public health office. There's a lot of things that the counties could be doing. I think, and I said this on the other committee, EMS, I think they could be doing a lot more on housing and a lot more on homelessness. So why are we putting more and more money into jails when we could be preventing people from going in there? Just some back of the napkin math. We spend $65,000 a year roughly to keep somebody in a county jail. And if you want to look at the main state prison, it's between 70K and 100K, depending on how you split it up to keep somebody in the prison for a year. And it's less than 40K a year to keep somebody in a shelter, move people through shelters and into housing. And then it's much less expensive. So I just think I'm going along with this proposal, but I really hope that counties can come together and we're not just pitting, shelters against county funding. And so I hope there's a discussion moving forward about how we get counties to come talk about the role they can play in addressing our homelessness crisis. But I will be supporting the motion.
Representative Eater.
Thank you. This is such a very unfortunate situation. I feel that I won't be supporting the amendment. I agree with what Senator Bennett has said. This is a statewide issue. We're really pitting two constituencies against one another that are dealing with the burden of the statewide homelessness crisis. So I do believe that we should clear this up. It should come with a statewide solution, and it should come from the general fund.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. I will not be supporting the pending motion either for the reasons that Representative Eater just articulated. I feel like often in committee setting, we're afraid of making the right decision because we're worried about what the process might yield a few steps down the path, and this is one committee with a bill before us. And I think we should put forward to the rest of the legislature what we think the best solution is and not have blinders on because of the unique jurisdiction of our committee. We may get there, okay, but we should tell the legislature as a committee what we think is the better solution. My view is not to take it from housing production, but to take it from the general fund. And we can theorize about, the role of county governments versus municipal versus state. Very easy for people who are state officials or in any seat for that matter to look at another person's issues, another person's challenges and say, oh, well, they can take care of this. And I think we should have a bit of humility about going down that path. So this whole approach of taking money that the counties are expecting and need for a variety of reasons is really problematic. I know the amendment before us doesn't do that, but it's part of this conversation. The amendment before us, though, sort of cannibalizes what we're trying to do as a committee here, as experts appointed by the legislature to deal with these issues. And I think it's the wrong approach. I think we need a bigger commitment on shelters from the state budget. And so we don't have to take the world as it's handed to us. We should make the best recommendation on policy and fiscal basis that we can, having been appointed to provide that function by the legislature. So that's why I will be supporting an alternative report that will take the money from the general fund, send that hopefully off through the chambers. It will end up on the appropriations table, and we'll see what comes. And hopefully the process will work, and we will fund these shelters at an appropriate level. I mean, it's still going to be underfunding, but it will help. Thank you.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a slightly different perspective and say, I think as a committee and in the previous iterations of this committee as well, we have done a great job of creating sources of funding and being really creative about how we think about our housing continuum, which does stretch all the way from emergency shelter system through permanent housing solutions. And I think we've done a really good job, in addition, of identifying a funding source that I call Maine's biggest cottage industry, which is high-end luxury homes that sell for very, very high prices in our state, and recognizing that the folks that are buying those homes and distorting our real estate market in many, many deep and serious ways in many parts of this state, that there is an obligation to help support our housing system. And I think that that is very much the case in terms of looking at what the base real estate funding increase has given us. And we have, that's a positive to have that source of funding and that money there to fund these systems. We have an unfortunate situation that emerged in the timeline of how this bill evolved and the formula. And I will say that I am supporting the amendment to move some of the funding around from the Housing Production Fund, recognizing that there is a very direct relationship here. And that is the most actually efficacious and the solution that is best tied to the housing ecosystem. So I will not reluctantly, but I will be enthusiastically supporting that report.
Is committee ready for the vote? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
For the motion on the table to pass as amended, Representative Mingo.
No.
Representative Mingo voting no. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Representative Golek.
Yes.
Representative Golek voting yes. Representative Youssef.
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes. Senator Bennett.
No.
Senator Bennett voting no. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore.
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Walker.
No.
Representative Walker voting no. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes. And Representative Eater.
No.
Representative Eater voting no. 7 in favor.
7 in favor, 5 opposed, and we have a couple, nope, 1 absence. So with that, we will close the minority report. We will go to the minority report.
I would like to propose, for me anyway, and ought to pass as amended with the 2% coming out of the general fund and reducing that general fund to 18%.
Is that the report of Senator Bennett?
It is, yes, for me as well.
Great.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
And Representative Eater and Representative Mingo?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yep. Thank you.
Excellent. Great work, folks. We had 2 resounding messages there, which was in support of shelters and counties. We'll close the work session on LD 2124 and we'll open up the work session on LD 2164.
Bad sign. Okay, so the work session for 2164 is open and I'll hand it over to Ms. Westfall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is an act to assist communities with converting vacant school buildings into housing, and it's brought to us by Representative Gear. It establishes the Vacant School Housing Conversion Program and Fund within the Maine Redevelopment Land Bank Authority. Under this program, the Redevelopment Authority will provide technical and financial assistance to municipalities that are seeking to develop vacant school buildings that the municipalities own into properties that provide residential housing, including units dedicated as affordable housing. The bill provides a non-lapsing ongoing annual appropriation of $5 million into the fund. Use of the money in the fund is limited by a few provisions in the bill. One provision states that the money in the fund may be used by the redevelopment authority only when they are acting as the administrator of requests for proposals on behalf of a participating municipality and only for purposes described in the section. And the section on page 1, the list below A through F is the list of expenditures from the fund that the redevelopment authority may use, and that they're very specific. I won't read those to you, but I wanted to point out that the bill does very specifically identify what the redevelopment land bank can spend the money on, and the fact that they can only spend the money if they're acting as the administrator of requests for proposals. And those are both going to become substantive questions for you all to think about. The bill does require a written memorandum between the municipality and the authority, and the memorandum does have to specify the number of, or the percentage of units that are dedicated to affordable housing. And the redevelopment authority is required to submit a report to this committee on an annual basis regarding the program. I did include a little bit of information on the second page that deals with what the redevelopment land bank authority is and their funding. I'm not going to go into that with you now. I think you're all probably more familiar with the redevelopment land bank authority and the economic aspect of the committee than even I am. I do want to point out that there is a statute in Title 20A about closing of school buildings, and that it must be approved by voters. And there are specific conditions under which a school building can be closed. So in this bill, that process by the municipality will have had to have been completed before the building can be redeveloped. And on the top of the third page, I show you what the definition of affordable housing is that's referred to in this bill. It is very similar to definitions you will see elsewhere. They're usually not defined. They're not always defined by percentages. This is living accommodations for low income and moderate income households. And it includes government assisted housing for low income and moderate income, manufactured housing, multifamily housing, and group and foster care facilities. So that's what the definition of affordable housing is for purposes of this bill. There are a few potential substantive issues. The first one that I'm going to try and go through clearly has to do with the technical assistant component and the financial assistant component. You'll recall that the authority testified that they are already required by statute to provide technical assistance. So the funding on this program, my understanding, would be not for the technical assistance component, but for the financing of the activities that are listed at the bottom of the first page of my bill analysis. I think it would be important to clarify that with the Maine State Housing Authority, that in fact this is financing only for the assistance in the reconstruction and not the technical assistance. If that is in fact the case, there are some language changes that may need to be made to clarify that so that it's clear what the funding is covering and what it's not covering. For example, on page 1 of the bill, it talks about program elements, and it lists what it calls financial and technical assistance. Many of those seem to be more technical than financial, and I think it would be important to clarify if any of those are outside of what is being funded by this program or included. So with the list on page 1 and the page 2, what I'm basically saying is the committee might want to make sure that it's clear what in those lists is being funded under this program and what is a service that the authority provides and will provide under the program, but is part of their general responsibility. Hopefully I explained that clear enough for you all.
Here.
I just want to make sure before you move on, Ms. Westfall, that in those lines on page 1 of the bill, 21 to 23, is that correct?
Yes.
You're saying that it's not clear from your reading whether these are just work that would be done in the course of their technical assistance to municipality versus is this something that would need to, that would be financed by them in some other way? So I don't want
Yes.
to, we can take that up later, but.
Yep,
okay,
absolutely. That
thank you.
you clarified what I'm trying to point out very well.
Thank you.
I also want to make sure that that the the redevelopment authority is only financed under this when they act as the administrator of a request for a proposal, which my understanding of how this will work is there will be RFPs issued to see who wants to redevelop the vacant building. And that when the redevelopment authority is acting as the administrator of that process, that's when funding will flow to them and not in any other situation. I think it would be important to make sure there's not some other situation that they would be wanting to be receive funding under this program. Again, kind of a technical issue, but substantive as well. You did hear a comment from, or maybe it was in testimony. This bill requires the property, the vacant school building, to be owned by a municipality. I don't know if it was in written testimony or public testimony. There was a comment that some municipalities, some school buildings are owned by the school district and not the municipality. And is there a reason to include buildings owned by school districts or exclude them? And that's the majority of the substantive issues. The only technical issue is that, do you want to know when they report back to you, do you want to know the total number of units and the number of affordable units? Because I believe it's only the total number of units that you need to know. And also, there's no authority to report out legislation in response to the annual report. You don't always need authority, but I just wanted to point that out to you.
Questions, Representative Golick?
Yeah, so I'm looking over this, so just need a little clarity about the affordability units. It just says number of units or number of affordable units. So I'm assuming some of them don't have to be affordable. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I think
So there's no percentage of what has to be affordable?
not in the bill. In the memorandum of understanding, the municipality and the authority has to come up with an agreed upon percentage, and that has to be specified in the agreement, but it's not a percentage required in the bill. I believe the testimony was that that would allow flexibility for different types of projects.
Chair Gear.
And then one other question with regard to school districts' ownership versus municipalities. From a statutory perspective, Lynn, you know, school districts here, in some cases, are the municipality and the same entity. In the case of SAUs and RSUs, they are separate entities that are often, you know, there's all kinds of different issues going on at any given moment. Are you specifically addressing that? And is there any language that would guide us around how we could look at that?
I didn't come up with a solution because, as you said, sometimes the school district sometimes they're one and the same, and sometimes they're specifically different. I think that there's language you could put in here that would give the authority to work with municipalities that own the school, or and there's a general phrase for school districts that includes everybody that I can't tell you now, but so municipalities that own the school building, or school districts that own the school building. So it's clear they can work with both entities provided they own the building.
Any other questions for Representative Collmore?
Okay, so to that end, for example, my school district is comprised of 3 towns. And Pittsfield has most of the school buildings. We had some in Burnham too, which are now, I think, municipally owned, but I can't remember if that actually went through or not, or if the district still owns it. So this would be one of those instances where because we're still in MSAD. The SAD owns the building, not the municipality. And so because this says owned by a municipality, we wouldn't even qualify, even though we have 3 schools that will be closing when we get our new school.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the analyst? Seeing none, I know I have some questions that I believe someone from the Land Bank Authority might be in a good position to address. Oh, I mean, Representative Collmore, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Another question along those lines. So if the municipality has already sold the building to a corporation, for example, in the effort to potentially do this or something similar to this, they also wouldn't qualify for this help because it's no longer owned by the municipality, it's owned by a new corporation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I will restate my invitation to anyone from the Land Bank Authority who might be able to answer some of these questions.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Tuck O'Brien. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Redevelopment.
Thanks for coming up and
Of
just
course.
hoping that you can help us work through some of these questions that are, probably best described by you in how you're envisioning this working.
I would love to.
So maybe we can just start with question 1 under
Sure.
the potential substantive or policy issues.
Yeah, let's start. So the way we work is our clients are the municipalities of Maine. At their direction, we can do a whole bunch of stuff, work with the private sector. We could work with the school district, but it all starts with the town. I think the inflection point we find with the schools is the town face often a tough vote of whether to take ownership of the building or not. That's the point at which the land bank, if we're involved, we could actually put those properties into the land bank. The technical methodology of us working with the school districts, we could amend to work through that. We aren't necessarily opposed to that as long as it's driven by the municipal engagement. That the memorandum of understanding is with the towns. And so we would be working with them to structure what would happen. The question about the RFP administration as the key makes sense from the standpoint of, okay, as a threshold issue, we're providing the technical assistance anyways. We're out there doing it. We are working with 6 communities on their schools right now. The first part of the statute really is stuff that we're doing already. What that is just codifying is that's the gate to get access to the funding. If you, 1, decide that you're going to go engage in MOU and do the planning work, and 2, you decide you're going to do housing, then this money becomes available. Whether the right point is at the point we go out to RFP we could discuss, but it is a logical place for the money to become available because at that point you're going out for the housing development proposals. Before that, it could go in a different direction.
So you're saying after you've done that work, that point at which you're ready to go to market and find out what developers might be interested in doing the project, that's a logical point to bring in the funding.
It does make sense. I mean, I think the way we work is we hear about a problem in a community, we go visit the property or whatever. We undertake an MOU with the community to do work. We have them with 12 different communities at this point. So that would be when we start the planning work, doing the technical assistance, figuring out with the community what they want to see. If they decide they want to put the town hall there or they want to go with some other use, that's great. If they decide that they want to put housing there, we'll work with them to figure out what kind of housing, what fits. We would then probably amend the MOU to say, okay, we're going to do this type of housing project, at which point we could go out for RFP for that kind of housing and they would be able to put that money in. The key to the money is that it's intended to be, one, for communities that decide to do housing in their schools, and two, it's intended to be last gap funding. What we've seen, we've looked at 27 vacant schools currently, and what we've seen often is that there is a lot of community interest in seeing these reused. Most of these towns are really passionate. So if we look at, let's say 10 schools, I like to use the 10 number, 2 or 3 of them need to be torn down. That's just the case. 2 or 3 are going to have some other solution. Some private developer wants them. There's something else that's going to happen. But it's those that are in the middle that really get stuck. And that's really where we are kind of been working to develop the expertise to help guide the communities to figure out how to get over that. And this funding was designed to address those projects that we've seen. And I think in the testimony you've seen, there's a number of communities out there that are in the situation where they have a lot of interest in doing something, they've done the work, and they just are struggling to get it to pencil out. I think to answer one other question about the type of project and the amount of affordability, this is designed to work in tandem with all of the other affordable housing programs that are out there, be it rural rental, LIHTC, or historic tax credits, to potentially work on just a straight up private sector development where that project agreed to have a certain percentage of affordable units. So really the amount of affordability with each project is going to depend on the size of the school, the location, and which other programs they're going to use.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you very much. Could you, because it's unclear to me in reading the statute that this is supposed to be last gap funding. And so I don't see anywhere in here where it says you have to exhaust all other things first, and then we can do this. So is there language around that that I may have missed, or it's just something that was the intention but isn't included in language?
So we talk about this a lot. The last gap could be something that happens earlier in the process. It could be that after the analysis, the thing that doesn't pencil out is a sewer system and some work on the sewer system or the septic system. All the, we do a pro forma before the project, before it goes out to RFP, we think this is what it's going to look like. Here's where the gap's going to be. There's no funding for this. So the term last gap is intended to be the fact that but for this money, these projects happen. But in actuality, where that funding is needed varies greatly with the projects. So the two things we were thinking about, one is I wanted to articulate that point. But number two, that seemed to be something that was more technical and should be put into rules for the program versus embedded in the statute.
Follow up?
I know that you've probably heard me say this before, but I hate that stuff being in rules because it can change depending on who the administration is. So I would really like it to be more clear in statute if I were to ever support something like this. Second, the other thing that I'm concerned about is when you're talking about it being last gap but for funding is we've heard a lot on the economic development side of this committee about we don't want anybody double dipping on tax incentive tax programs. And so if they were using other affordable housing opportunity programs and getting this, they are double dipping on tax dollars. And so I'm curious, how do we avoid that from happening? Because we've had a lot of programs fail in this committee for economic development side because of that.
So I will say that if you look, there's a couple documents that I hope everyone has. One of them is a PowerPoint that lays out our whole kind of theory of the case here. And the other one is a Word document of our answers to the questions that came up in the public hearing. This is really a question for the committee. We are here to get properties back to work. One of the key issues that we've seen with getting properties back to work, especially schools. The advantage of the schools is they're cherished in the communities, they exist. They're often in really crucial locations, and they're in towns that otherwise wouldn't get any housing development just because of the nature of funding. We were not intending, if a project just needs a subsidy from this fund in order to get done straight up, that's wonderful. That's not going to be the reality. This is going to need to get stacked with other tax credit programs, rural rental programs, or something else 9 times out of 10. And even with those, these buildings are being really challenging to get over the hump. So I would just acknowledge the fact that the double dipping, although I wouldn't frame it that way, if you look at our slide of the capital stack, this is just addressing a gap in the capital stack. There's no way someone is getting more from this. This is a project like we see in Union, like we see in New Sweden, like we see in Van Buren, where the pie chart just doesn't get full no matter what you do. They don't score well enough in the QEP, but the community has a real desire for housing. And 10 times out of 10, they have a real need for specific types of housing. It's almost always senior housing. Not that this would just be for that. So I think double dipping would say that the project or the developer themselves would get double credit. This is really just about filling a gap that's not otherwise getting filled.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask you I'm looking at the summary of the initial bill. And I want to know if you are seeing this, understanding it the same way I am. And I'm just going to start reading a section of it. Assistance to municipalities seeking to develop vacant school buildings into properties that provide residential housing, including units dedicated as affordable housing. So I'm focusing on that word including. Much of our conversation is just presumed that there would be a strong bias toward affordable housing as opposed to some other definition of housing. But it seems to me that this frees you up, and every party, every stakeholder involved to consider highest and best use for housing and not necessarily force affordable housing if that's not an efficient use of dollars. Am I right in understanding that?
We're not an affordable housing organization. We are a property reuse organization. And so we are here dedicated to getting properties put back to work for Maine communities, whether that's industrial use, commercial use, market housing, or affordable housing. A lot of these projects are never going to pencil out without some sort of tax credit or other element that requires an affordable housing. But there are other communities where any kind of housing that they can get is going to be wonderful housing. So we wanted to keep this flexible to allow the projects to get done and to add housing units into the marketplace, not necessarily say that this was going to be exactly a 60% program or an 80% program or whatever the case may be.
Excellent. Representative here.
Thank you. And I think what I want to say out loud on Mike is that the focus of your work at the land bank with these kinds of projects really does lead you with this program to projects that are stuck. They're stuck for some reason. And that's the case in many of the, especially rural communities that really are struggling to figure out how to repurpose these types of assets. And that the process of the work that you do helps you to get to the point where you've identified that this is that kind of a project, and therefore this funding would be appropriate to be used there. Is that
That's
correct?
100% correct. Like, we will not be putting this money into projects if they pencil out otherwise.
And indeed, if a community was able to do it on their own, you wouldn't even be involved. This is where the land bank comes in, which is to say, we're trying to do this and we're struggling and we can't come and help us.
Exactly. If we look at the 24 schools across the state currently, there'll probably be 5 more added a year. It's a full breadth of the state. There's schools around in the Portland area that will just go into the marketplace. They'll get wherever they're going to go. That's incredible. We don't have to get involved. We get involved with properties that are stuck, and we are trying to help the communities navigate that process so they're not stranded with these buildings, not being on the tax roll, not serving any useful purpose, and going through winter after winter where they just get harder and harder to reuse. We saw these problems. We did a pilot project with the folks at Midcoast COG. We identified the fact that the communities generally, when they have the conversation with the school district about the school closings, aren't prepared, don't have the tools to do it. We built the toolkit. We figured out what it needed to do. The goal here is that when we go through that process, they're like, we want to do housing. Great. What kind of housing does your community want? We want senior housing. We want this. We want that. Great. We do the budget as part of the process. And we look at that and we say, okay, well, man, the septic system's collapsed. Okay, we're going to need to solve that problem in order for this RFP to go anywhere. Or we put the RFP out, we get the bids back, and as construction price escalated or whatever, it's that last gap. And this is what we see in one of the best cases, which is Union, Maine, which did all the right things and is stuck with a property that they just can't get across the finish line. The community's behind it. They've lined up all the work that needs to be done. It's that gap that this is designed for. So if the project penciled out with like a LIHTC or historic preservation, there'd be no need to use this money. In fact, if most of them penciled out that way, we wouldn't be here today.
Representative Kelmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the other things that has been brought up by the analyst is the ownership side of the properties. And I know you said, yes, you would only work with the municipality and all of that, but it does concern me that we might be opening that up if we change the definition of that ownership or talk about how it could be owned by an SAU or MSAD or whatever the millions of things we call our school units are. I was involved in the first round of the discussion of the Land Bank Authority and whether or not we were even going to allow it to be a thing in Maine. And you also know that I highly support what you all do. But I've also been very clear that it's with municipality permission only. And so how do we ensure that that doesn't get railroaded by potentially opening this up to an SAU conversation?
Yeah, we're not advocating changing the definition. We're just responding to the question. From our standpoint, the municipality is always given the option to the state. We would not get involved until that option exists. The municipality then has a vote, and this happens where they, like, we don't know what to do with this. We have no capacity. There's only 2 of us that work here. What are we going to do? At that point, the land bank could step in and actually take ownership, do the property maintenance, and work with the community to get it through. I don't necessarily personally know enough about how the school districts work to say it makes sense to put that in as well. I can't speak to that. Our goal is for this to start when the community either is doing the planning in advance of the vote or after the vote has taken place. And our taking ownership as an option would only occur if the town meeting, select board, council voted that that was the thing they wanted to happen. In which case, that's what we're here for. It's like they want to do the work, they want the project to succeed, but they have no way to mow the lawn, to fix the windows, to do the roof. And that's what we would be here to execute it on their behalf. When we start moving upstream from that, it becomes a little unclear to me. So I'm 100% with you on that.
Representative Gear.
And moving on to the last issue that our analyst raised, would you have any objection to reporting back to the next legislature and giving us the opportunity to report out additional legislation if we so desired?
Yes, whatever you need, I think. And if I may, one other thing I just want to clarify, the term financing was thrown around. This really isn't, although this goes into the funding stack, this isn't financing. This isn't a program like LIHTC. It's not a loan. This will be a direct project subsidy in the form of a grant to the project. So it would be at the point that all those other things are lined up, much like when we do an engineering study or fix the roof for a school, that helps the project become viable, but it's not actually part of the financing package with the bank or anything like that.
Representative Kelmar.
Thank you. So the funding would be a grant, which means it's not self-sustaining because it's not a loan. So we would be looking at $5 million every year.
That's the way it's drafted.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
Representative Walker.
I wonder if the following scenario might ever happen, according to the way that you operate. So school property is developed, become something that has market value. I guess the municipality owned it at first, but then because it has market value, it's sold. And the proceeds from that, the profit, so to speak, out of those profits, could the land bank be reimbursed for their cost? Or would that feasibly happen? Or
so that would be a wonderful scenario where that property is back on the tax roll. We did a thing. I mean, with the Heartland Tannery, which we just took ownership of, that's the goal. It's to remove all the obstacles to redevelopment, get it back into the private sector hands, and see it put to purposeful use. If we're able to then do all that work and sell the property because there's such a high demand for it, and then put that money back into the work we do, that's like the gold standard of what we're out here doing. I think it's highly unlikely when we look at the projects we work on. But if we can do that, that's a win because that money is going back to reimburse all the money that was expended.
That would be a standard procedure.
Yeah, because with any of our programs, that would be the standard procedure. It's like when we get involved, when we put something in the land bank. Now, if we don't own it and the town owns it, then we're not in that chain of title. If we're just providing support, the town would see the proceeds from that sale, but that's not a bad thing either in our mind. Because our focus here is highly leveraging dollars, taxpayer dollars, to get properties back to work. And whatever that work is defined by the community and the market. But if those schools are reused as housing and they're in private ownership and they're on the tax rolls and that's what the community wanted, that's would be a pretty awesome outcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there a motion? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move on to pass as amended. The only amendment I'd add is under, I guess it would be under number 4 on page 2 of the bill. Regarding with that report, I'd like to authorize this committee to report out a bill, any legislation after receiving that report. And that would be my sole proposed amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Representative Cullimore.
Can we caucus, please?
Yeah, sure.
Miss-
Any discussion before caucus?
Mr. Chair, I still think that there is some ambiguity in the bill as drafted. There are 2 sections where it talks about what financial assistance can be. And I don't think that they should be separated. I also actually think one of them isn't a list of financial assistance, it's a list of technical assistance. So on page 1, starting on line 18 and 19, it says the technical and financial assistance provided may include but is not limited to. If you go to page 2, lines 6 and 7, expenditures from the fund may include but are not limited to. So both of them are talking about financing. They shouldn't. I don't think they should be separated. I actually think that on the first page, that's not financial assistance, that's technical assistance. And if you change the line 18 and 19 to say the technical assistance provided may include all of this.
So
That would
you
be
were
s-
recommending changing the line 18, page 1 to just technical. Technical assistance, which may include purchasing things for, all right. And then are you recommending any changes at line 6 and 7 on page 2?
No, I think you can leave that one alone and just have the list on the first page be examples of the technical assistance, because none of it to me reads as a cost.
I'd like to amend my motion to that if the second would be amenable.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Request for a caucus? We'll take a break. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna get started here. Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will not be supporting the motion before us, given that the Land Bank Authority already has statutory authority to do the work that they do with the municipalities for these buildings. And because I do not feel that it's right for my citizens in Burnham or Pittsfield or Troy or Clinton, any of them to have to pay for somebody else's stuff with this when we're already asking them to pay for so much more. I'm going to vote against this and be an ought not to pass because I don't think we need to be expanding anything that the land bank does when they're so new.
Is committee ready for the vote? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
For the motion ought to pass as amended, Representative Mingo.
No.
Representative Mingo voting no. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Representative Golek.
Yes.
Representative Golek voting yes. Representative Youssef.
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore.
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Walker.
No.
Representative Walker voting no. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes.
With 8 members in favor that, and it looks like three opposed and 2 members absent. That will be the, vote of the committee. And with that, we'll close. Minority reports. Wow. Representative Collmore.
Ought not to pass.
Representative Mingo, not to pass. Representative Walker, all 3 ought not to pass. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the work session for, what was this? 2164. I see that we have a couple language reviews.
We do, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna, we're going to do LD 2057 first. And this isn't usually the language review that you will see. You will see the final version from the revisor's office. That is not the case in this situation, because some questions have been raised during the review process that I wanted to bring back to you before it was finalized. So this is an act to support rehabilitation and development of affordable manufactured housing communities. This is the bill where, so it was a divided report. This is the bill where the committee allowed Maine State Housing Authority to make construction loans. The majority report allowed for construction loans without any specific, well, to support programs authorized under this chapter. So a broad authority to make construction loans, and that is the purple sheet. The green sheet is the fiscal note. Nope. The minority report is the gold sheet at the end, which is similar. It does allow Maine State Housing Authority to make construction loans, and it removed a provision that had to do with, that was suggested as new language, which had to do with manufactured housing communities. So the thing that was discovered while working on this bill is there is another section of law right after this one that has to do with Maine State Housing Authority bonding ability when it comes to construction loans. So there are a lot of provisions in Chapter 201 that have to do with the Maine State Housing Authority's bonding ability. You'll recall that you worked on one that had to do with the restrictions on the moral obligation bonds. What was discovered after this bill was voted is there is a section of statute right after this that basically says that the Maine State Housing Authority's bonding authority for construction loans and I'm paraphrasing, is not subject to some of the other restrictions in other parts of the statute. So I reached out to Maine State Housing Authority and they are here to confirm what I say. And they said to me, you're right. We don't have to, but we do. So they, under, it's section 4833, they don't have to follow all the limitations or restrictions in the other parts of the statute, but they do. So I thought I wanted to bring that back to you to let you know that when you voted for the construction loans, because of this next section, there aren't the same limitations on the Maine State Housing Authority's bonding under construction loans. They follow the more stringent requirements, but they're not required to. And in that conversation with Maine State Housing Authority, a conversation was had about whether this section 4833 is necessary. And so I just wanted to bring to the committee's attention, there is a different standard applicable to construction bonds for construction loans. And I'm seeing confused looks, and that's why Maine State Housing Authority is here.
I'll ask Mr. Jorgensen would like to come up, help us out.
Thank you very much, Eric Jorgensen, Maine State Housing Authority. Yeah, this is this section turned out as we started to work on this bill, we just discovered this section was sort of a vestigial piece of legislation that existed that has since the evolutionary chain has gone on, and this is something that no longer is needed. And we didn't know about it, I don't think even. So it was just sort of I think it's a cleanup, and our legal department recommended just we could get rid of that particular section, and it wouldn't change anything. It would be a good thing to do.
Just to repeal 3833 or
4833.
4833?
4833.
It's the next section in the statute.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
On the last page of purple? Or,
Yes, on the last page of purple.
okay. Representative Callamore?
Does this need to be done no matter which report it is to ensure that it's cleaned? Okay.
That is an option.
Okay. Does the reviver, I would assume the revisers believe that this needs to get reconsidered in order to do that? Or can we just say that we intended that?
I think that this would be considered substantive since you're repealing a
Section of law?
section of law
Yeah.
that was not discussed, but that is completely up to the committee, what the interpretation of substantive versus technical is.
Representative Luckner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Jorgensen, if I'm understanding correctly, so if we pass this legislation, we won't need section 4833 because you'd be able to do construction loans and fund those. You could still issue bonds to do construction loans. And it doesn't change any of your or restrict any of your authorities to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, my understanding is that subsequent pieces of law have made that piece redundant, but it never really got cleaned up. I think if you left it in there, we probably would continue not to use it. And if you repealed it, it would clean it up. I think that would be my interpretation.
But you still sort of retain all this authority.
Yeah.
Elsewhere. Okay.
Is there a motion? Representative Callamore?
I like to move we reconsider.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, we'll reconsider. Is there a motion? Senator Bennett?
I move on to pass as amended with a further amendment, same report as before, except with the further amendment of eliminating section 4833 from the statute.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is committee ready for the vote? Sure.
3 years that are.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Jorgensen? Seeing none, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, is the committee ready for a vote?
Yes.
Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be opposing the motion and sticking with my minority report as before, while also cleaning up this area that has been identified by Maine Housing.
All right, I'll ask our committee clerk to call the roll.
For the motion on the table, ought to pass as amended. Representative Mingo.
No.
Representative Mingo voting no. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Representative Golek.
Yes.
Representative Golek voting yes. Representative Youssef.
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore.
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Walker.
No.
Representative Walker voting no. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. And Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes. 8 in favor. Yep, minority report.
The minority report would be ought to pass as amended, as we previously discussed, and adding in the cleanup section as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will be the report. And our last bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're going to be handed out this was a three-way vote, an ought to pass as amended, ought to pass as amended, and then an ought not to pass. So what you will be handed out is the pink sheets are the majority report. The gold sheet is the minority report with the fiscal note. I can tell you that, and then the last sheet is the vote sheet. That's a little confusing. The majority report is Senators Curry, Representative Gear, Golek, Julia, Mallon. The minority report to pass as amended is Senators Bailey, Bennett, and Representative Eder. And then the ought not to pass was Representative Collmore, Representative Mingo, and Representative Walker. So this was the bill that created a program for funding for the purchase to reduce $15,000 per home purchase to reduce the mortgage rate of the loan. So the majority report, if the last 2 pages of this handout are the bill, you got rid of the provision in the statute that allowed for a taxpayer income deduction for payments made for private mortgage insurance. So that was the only amendment to the majority report, and the fiscal note is an ongoing general fund of over 20 million. The minority report also got rid of the tax deduction, and instead of having this 15,000 being for the purpose of reducing the mortgage rate, the 15,000 went towards the down payment necessary to qualify for a mortgage. That's on the gold sheet. And the fiscal note is the same for the minority report as well. So does anyone have any objections to the reports that they've voted on?
Motion to reconsider for the purpose of changing my vote. Second. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you. I would like, we'll now open up the work session. And, sorry to spring this on everybody, but my vote, I am liking the down payment to reduce the down payment side of it. So, I'm liking the gold sheet. Senator Bennett's amendment, which is toward the down payment necessary to qualify for a mortgage. So I would, if we have the same motion, I would be on that report. Representative Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move on to pass as amended with the what is currently the majority report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is the committee ready for a vote? Okay. So what's on the table is the majority report is pink, which is to do the program and to spend up to $15,000 for the purpose of reducing the mortgage rate. Senator Bennett's amendment was for the purpose towards reducing the down payment toward the down payment necessary to qualify for the mortgage. So, but this pink is what's on the table right now. Yes, Representative Julia.
Can I ask for a clarification? In the reason I voted the way that I did was because that $15,000 to reduce the interest rate contributes to a smaller margin, the debt to income ratio, which in my opinion is the biggest obstacle to buying a home right now. A matter of $50 in your debt to income ratio could totally tank your entire ability to obtain a loan. I'm wondering what I would like to know from an expert, if it's possible, what the evaluation, like, am I overthinking this?
Is there anyone that feels they can, I don't think they're here at the room. Representative Callamore.
Thanks. So, I don't know about that answer specifically, but I can tell you what I'm hearing from my constituents. It's not the percentage that's the issue. It's the down payment. As soon as they get the approval, the thing that they can't afford is the $20,000 down payment that's required, or $40,000, depending on the size of the loan. It's that 10% down payment. I gotta tell you, as I'm looking at stuff, my biggest barrier in trying to figure out how I'm gonna do something is that's a huge barrier. My issue with this is whether or not I should be forcing my taxpayers to pay for other people to have their down payment. And so that's where I have a little bit of hiccup with this. If I were to choose a path for this, I would say the down payment is the one where we have the biggest issue for people.
I'll ask if Eric, Mr. Jorgensen can come forward.
Come on up, Eric.
On
the hot seat. You're the last one in the room.
Eric Jorgensen, thank you for inviting me back. I'm not sure I have a good answer for you, Representative Julia. I mean, I think the down payment issue, we hear that all the time. I don't have it's an anecdotal thing. I mean, interest rates are coming down. But I think the down payment is what we keep coming back to. But again, I don't have any scientific proof of that. I'm sure what you're saying is a real issue as well. I'm not questioning it.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I have a question.
Okay.
This is where my mind goes. People have an issue with the initial down payment, and that's what's stopping them. And maybe the reason they don't have a problem with the debt to income ratio is because they haven't gotten that far in the process.
I'm not going to comment. I don't know. But, yeah.
So I have a question. In designing such or managing such a program, could you do either? Could you have a program that does either, and it depends on what's in the best
Yeah,
interest?
currently our first time homebuyer program is one that provides down payment assistance. And so that's what we use. We give everybody a grant of down payment assistance for $5,000. And we also offer below market rate. So we try to hit both those issues a little bit. But as far as this bill goes, we could do this, we could provide this assistance as a grant for down payment assistance, or we could run it through our mortgage purchase program and bring down the interest rate, so either way we could do it.
Okay.
I mean, we wouldn't know. Let me be clear too. We'd do one of the, we can't do like
can't do both.
a custom treatment per every loan.
Oh.
But we would have to have a program that would design, that would cover one thing or the other. We couldn't do this as a like custom kind of thing. No.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yep.
Senator Bennett.
Just to be clear, you're not like mixing for a particular customer, like the amount that going through the buying down, but could you have a program that offers, that you could advise and with your client, they could pick one or the other, either the $15,000 this way or the $15,000 the other way?
I don't know. I think the way that our finance office suggested would the efficient way to run this program, because we have 1,300 mortgages or something we do, and they're done by private banks all around the state. And so the way we do that is we set an interest rate that is for everybody at the same time. So I think we would say we would run this, we would get the entire interest rate for everybody down for a year. Or we would do the down payment assistance and provide that as an extra grant. So I don't think we could do both.
Okay, on that basis, I think I'd stick with my original approach, which I hear, again, it's anecdotal, but I hear a lot of issues doing what I'm doing right now, and I'm with first-time home buyers. It seems that the first line of difficulties with the down payment, and I just think if we could do more of the down payment, it would really send it. Also, it has the benefit of sending a really good signal to people that the state of Maine, particularly, first time younger folks that want to come to Maine, want to put down roots in Maine, want to be part of a community that we've got this tool that welcomes them. I think the other thing is a little bit, wonkish and, you have to get into it. I think this could actually be something that we could sell as a means of like saying, the state of Maine really has your back. So for that reason, I'd go with that option, continue to stay with it.
There's a motion on the table. Where does the Representative Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are these mortgage loans portfolioed by the bank? They're not sold in the secondary market, I gather.
So what happens is the banks who participate in our program, and I think there's like 20 of them around the state, they will underwrite the loan to our terms, and then we buy the loan from the bank. So they know that if they're writing a loan to our terms, we will then purchase the loan from them.
So then your portfolio.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's where it ends up. Yep.
I'd just like to request a really quick caucus.
Yep. Thank you. We'll take a break. Welcome back, everybody. I am going to recommend an amendment which does allow either. I know we've heard some concerns from Maine Housing, but they can do two programs out of it. They can just call it two programs. You know, we're giving them the authority to create two programs. One with the interest rate, if that's the right situation, one with the down payment, if that's the right situation. And so, yes, it is two program, but this legislation would give them that authority to do either one, whatever, and the customer and the bank could figure out which is the right program. Senator Bennett, would you be amenable to that amendment?
You know, you heard me say, thank you. You heard me say earlier on another matter that this is the kind of the end of the first part of the process for this. And so, you know, I look at this appropriation, which is fairly daunting. I think, well, I would be amenable to that, I think, because I think we could, you're suggesting that the Maine State Housing be given the authority to apply a given application to whichever.
And if that means they're creating two different programs, then they can do that.
Yeah, I think I would be, because this is trying something new, and I applaud the sponsor too for bringing it forward. So
Actually,
yeah.
sorry to cut you off there, but I realized that you weren't the sponsor of the motion. So that's on the table. So I got to take that to Representative Mallon in just a
but
moment.
thank you for the unorthodox approach that gives me more credit than I am ever accustomed or deserving of.
Representative Mallon, would you take that as a friendly amendment?
Well, if it's going to get Senator Bennett on board, I absolutely do.
But that was a motion. That was a second. Was that
Yes,
second?
that's wonderful.
Motion and a second. And Representative Julia.
Sorry, just for anybody else who might have doubts. Again, saving on a down payment is great. And if it gets you through the door, that's great. But if you are to save a percentage point on your interest over the course and life of your loan, you're saving tens of thousands of dollars, far exceeding whatever help you're getting for the down payment. So just in case anybody is like, I think that the argument is there for both.
Great. Thank you. Is committee ready for a vote? Representative Callamore.
I think we're just throwing a lot of stuff out there and hoping it sticks to the wall. And I'm really concerned by writing major changes right here without all of the stakeholders here. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't think we should do those kind of votes when we don't have them here for the discussion on that. I also am concerned telling Maine State Housing that they have to do this when they've clearly stated that they're uncomfortable doing it and think that it would not work well for them. So I can't support the motion. I'm not going to force a department to do something that they feel is not going to work well.
Thank you. Representative Gulick.
Can we get, my understanding is that, and maybe Maine State Housing could clarify whether this would work for them or not.
That
would be great.
Mr. Jorgensen, come on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric Jorgensen from Maine Housing. What I was interpreting that as was we could do one way or the other, not two different programs. That would be the hard thing for us, would be to do 50 loans one way and 50 loans another way. But we could do all of it as down payment assistance, or we could do all of it as as the interest rate reduction. But we can't do half of each.
Why not?
Because the whole way our program works from an efficiency standard is having one interest rate and one in making all the loans written the same way. Because with 1,000 loans, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And I don't think, I mean, again, this is also something I haven't had a chance to talk about doing this, but I think that the key for us is usually to have everything be uniform.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. So there's some members of the committee that don't want to do much here at all, but I wonder, there's a $20 million price tag. I mean, if the committee said $10 million is going to the mortgage assistance and $10 million going to I mean, doesn't that do the same thing that you're saying that you can't do?
Senator, what I'm concerned about though is getting, it's having $20 million price tag, but getting, $500,000. And then, I mean, because the way the budget often works is you get a small amount of what you expect, and so it would have to be a big enough thing to work on that kind of, you'd have to have the economy of scale.
But this committee is poised to make a motion for a $20 million. I mean, if this gets scaled back, I understand that it would be a concern, but wouldn't that be something to take up with the people who are scaling back the money into some
Yeah.
paltry sum?
Absolutely. I guess my biggest concern is, it's sort of I don't know if we could do it or not. I mean, I guess I'm not really authorized to, say, let's do two different programs, but we might, I just haven't had a chance to talk with my people about that. That's the thing.
Well, we could, it's going to come, this is language review, isn't it?
Well, no, we're at work session again.
Oh, yeah. So we'll come back for language
They'll
review
come back
again.
for language review.
Okay. I'm comfortable with just like, if there's some serious red flags raised, I'd hear them later.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jorgensen.
You're very welcome.
Is the committee ready for the vote? I'll ask our clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Yeah, it was with, to set up both.
Representative Mingo, how do you?
Yes.
vote? Representative Mingo voting yes. Representative Mallon?
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Representative Golek?
Yes.
Representative Golek voting yes. Representative Youssef?
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes. Senator Bennett?
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Walker?
No.
Representative Walker voting no. Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. And Representative Julia?
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes.
And with that, that is minority report.
Ought not to pass.
Ought not to pass to it.
Thank you.
Okay. And that is everything on our agenda today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned.
I second the motion.
Yes. Try to say.
Yeah.
Already sent.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I apologize to you. I should have given you that. I get really well. I missed it. Sorry. No, I screwed it up.
So, Senator, you want some beef jerky?
I love some beef jerky.
Oh, great. That'd be great.
That order, it's an order.
I'll order. Is that for the support the fundraiser?
And
I've never heard of a beef jerky fundraiser.
Is there one-
What is it?